And I think the results are showing, because I think a lot of people had such a good time that they're still asleep. But we're happy to be here this morning. And we've got a very interesting panel coming up. The title of the panel is The Fourth Industrial Revolution in the Sustainable Maritime Industry. We'll be looking at the threats, challenges, and most importantly, the opportunities as shipping increasingly digitizes. Some look at the digital revolution with fear. How will it affect my business? How will it affect my job? Others look at it with excitement and anticipation. How will it smooth the flow of maritime commerce? How will it make my business more profitable? How many new careers can be created? We'll touch on all of these things this morning as we explore these issues in line with the World Maritime theme for 2020, New Technologies for Greener Shipping. But this also harkens back to the World Maritime theme for 2020, when South Africa was originally expected to host the World Maritime Day parallel event. However, something COVID got in the way of that. But the theme that year was sustainable shipping for a sustainable planet. This panel embraces both of those themes. So in effect, our South African hosts are doing double duty, and we thank them for that. As I said, we've got a great panel today with three distinguished experts on the subject. First, Mr. Yap On Hang, Senior Advisor in the Ministry of Transport of Singapore. He has a broad and diverse experience in transport and policy issues, not just maritime, but aviation as well. He is a frequent representative of Singapore at both IMO and ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, as well as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. He served in the Singapore Air Force, retiring as a Brigadier General. As he mentioned to me last night, he has lived and studied in both Cambridges with degrees from Cambridge University in the UK and Harvard University in the US. He'll be speaking to us today on the Maritime Single Window Initiative, recently embodied in IMO's Facilitation Convention. This also harkens back to the 2017 World Maritime theme of connecting ships, ports, and people. So we've got a lot of themes in play here with this panel. So I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Yap On Hang. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kenny. First, I would like to thank the government of South Africa, the Department of Transport of South Africa, and the South African Maritime Safety Authority, as well as the IMO for inviting me to this event, as well as providing me with the opportunity to speak at this panel. It's certainly an honor and pleasure for me to share on Singapore's perspective, not only on a maritime single window, but also maritime digitalization more broadly. And one of the things that I should point out from the very start is that when we talk about maritime digitalization, it is also very much part of environmental sustainability of the environment of the maritime sector, because digitalization creates efficiencies to a great extent, and this will certainly reduce carbon emissions from international shipping. So it's very, very much in line with this year's World Maritime Day parallel event theme, New Technologies for Greener Shipping. Now, I think most of you will recall that there has been a transformation of ports in the until the 1960s. Most ports were only for loading and unloading of cargo, and then moving on until the 1980s, you had industrial ports, and post 1980s they became logistics supply chain ports. Uh, Now into the 21st century, post 2010s, we are looking into the advent of smart ports. And you will find that many of the leading ports in the world are transforming themselves to become smart digital ports. There is certainly a need for a maritime digital ecosystem. I think maritime digitalization is critical. You will find that international shipping will increase, not only in terms of the number of voyages and so on, but also in terms of complexity. There will be many different types of ships that will be coming online in the future. And with all these, there will be a need to see how we can create efficiencies, because if not, I think many of the ports in the world uh, will at some point become bottlenecks. But of course, on the positive side, there is the acceleration of technologies and innovations. And a specific area, of course, is digital technologies and innovations. Here, there is certainly a lot of work that is being done that presents possibilities for us to advance maritime digitalization. Uh, there is also a need to address the uneven adoption of digitalization. But interestingly, when it comes to digitalization, it is one area where it can clearly extend beyond boundaries. Uh, the impact, of course, will be, as I said, greater efficiencies, also contribution to environmental sustainability, but there will also be new products, new business models that will come from digitalization, and of course, the creation of new jobs. So another slide to just highlight again. In Singapore's perspective, we see the key drivers. I mean, firstly, of course, digitalization, but we need to look at the platforms, how to enhance data sharing, and then how to enhance interoperability across the maritime transport chain. And we are very well supported by the new technologies that are coming on stream. And this extends to even artificial intelligence, blockchain, and advanced analytics. All these are for us to see how we can bring them into the maritime transport supply chain. Uh, and of course, the benefits that I mentioned, efficiencies, so we will optimize port calls. There will also be efficiencies with regards to the usage of manpower. Uh, Again, new business models and processes. One of the things in Singapore that we have done through digitalization is, in fact, to uh, a business managed to come up with an Uber for boats servicing ships in our port. So it's called Sea Cabbies. So it's a way of using Uber-like app to be able to call on boats to service them. And then of course a wide benefit for the maritime sector is having interoperable systems and operations. Let me just take a step to highlight the IMO convention that is key to advancing maritime single window and maritime digitalization, and that is, of course, the FEL convention. And you would know that the IMO Facilitation Committee has already adopted amendments to the FEL convention to make single window for data exchange mandatory imports around the world. And these amendments will enter into force on 1st January 2024. And of course, the single window term concept is well defined in the FEL convention, and there are also standards and recommended practices and rules with respect to this. Let me now say a little about how we see digital transformation, not only at the Port of Singapore, but Singapore as a whole, and even how we see ourselves contributing to digital transformation globally. We are building a next generation port. In fact, we just launched this mega port at a place called Tuas on the southwestern side of Singapore. This port will be a consolidation of all our port terminals currently. And as you would note, it will take quite a while for us to reach the full development of this port, up to 2040. That's the expected timeline. And once this is done, we will have only one port with servicing, all container shipping. The expected handling capacity is 65 million TEUs. Now, of course, in moving to this next generation port, we don't see it only in terms of improving our physical connectivity. We also see it as an opportunity to fully automate the port. So we see the Tuas Megaport to be the world's largest fully automated container port in the world. But as I said, in addition to improving physical connectivity and automation, we are also overlaying it with digitalization. This is in order to drive efficiency at the port. So I go back to an earlier slide where we talk about the key components of digital port ecosystem. We are looking into having platforms across the maritime transport chain, including the maritime single window. We are looking into promoting data sharing as well as the data economy, in advancing interoperability, where we create fully digital workflows and extending that to global digital connectivity. And then, of course, the digitalization itself in the various aspects, including e-navigation, digital services, digital communication, and even sense making in a port. So if you look at the for you on your left side of the slide, you will see that there are many different systems that we will be establishing as a way to support the new port that we have. So certainly for us, we see digitalization as a way of overlaying our physical connectivity with digital connectivity. And there are several important components. The first, of course, is digital port at SG. I will talk about it more later. But essentially, it starts off with a maritime single window, but we have added on additional features. Then there is what we call digital oceans, which we are trying to promote in order to enhance port-to-port connectivity for international shipping. We also have a Singapore Maritime Data Hub. The data hub, as of last, we have about 5 million data points, and we already have 50 million API calls using the data. And this has led to many applications, as I mentioned. One, of course, is sea cabbies for the calling of boats to service ships. We have found that during the pandemic, what we have provided as a digital overlay for our port has proven to be very useful in addressing some of the issues that arose from the pandemic. And we were able, for example, to help companies to be able to monitor their shipments and all that on a real-time basis through digital platforms. And what we have found through our experience is that given that Singapore is a critical node in the international shipping and global supply chain, we were able to serve as a catch-up port for many shipping companies. Many shipping companies whose operations have been disrupted because of closures and restrictions at other ports found Singapore a useful port to catch up on their shipments. So a little bit more about digital port at Singapore at SG. This acronym, digital port stands for Portal for One-Stop Regulatory Transactions. And I think as you can tell from the description of this facility, it is a maritime single window as a start. And with this, what we have done is that we have fully streamlined the reporting and submission of documents required for port clearance. We used to have up to 16 documents that have to be submitted by shipmasters and so on. And we have reduced all that to just one application. And with this also, we have synchronized about 30 data fields. And this has led to a savings annually of 100,000 man hours for the industry. So just to highlight to you that, in fact, we had 3 regulatory agencies dealing with port clearance. But with this system, of course, now everything is done seamlessly. We completed the first phase of digital port at SG in September 2020, and we have certainly seen the efficiency gains and the benefits that we have envisaged for this facility. We are now going to move on to look at, as a second phase, several other features. One, of course, is just-in-time services. I mean, with the data provided from ships to the port, we would be able to enable just-in-time arrivals, departures, as well as the provision of marine services for all stakeholders along the maritime value chain. This is significant because berths will be, I think, very important. In fact, I would say that as international shipping increases, you will find that they will become short in supply. And it is very important to make sure that you reduce turnaround times for ships calling at the port. And that goes to the second point about basically optimizing the use of our space, not only berths, but also anchorages. And finally, it will provide a one-stop digital shopfront for all marine services. So before a ship arrives at the Singapore port, it can already, in a sense, arrange for all the services to be provided. So what are the benefits? As I mentioned earlier, uh, enhancing efficiencies is also about reducing carbon footprints, but also it will optimize the use of resources by the various service providers. Again, in Singapore, we would always have a challenge in terms of manpower. I don't know whether you know, but Singapore has one of the lowest birth rates in the world. So we are always looking into sort of ways in order to reduce manpower usage. And of course, there is also then greater visibility for both the ships and the ports. Now, with the IMO requirements that would be coming on stream, and of course, already the development of maritime single windows around the world, uh, it is important to see how we can capture even greater efficiencies from this in order to cut down on repeated data entries that ships have to make various ports, and basically to digitalize port clearance processes around the world. Uh, for us, of course, we see a clear benefit, and again, learning from the COVID-19 pandemic, uh, not only in terms of improving the efficiency of supply chains, but also the resilience of supply chains. And so in Singapore, we came up with, again, another concept, a framework, and in a sense, global ecosystem, which we are promoting with various partners. The idea is to foster global interoperability through open, common exchanges and network standardization. And as you would note, that actually fits into the acronym OCEANS. So we are looking at standardization of data and also looking into platform interoperability as well as increasing digital connectivity. Now, one of the things that we noted when we were coming up with this framework is that we think it is very challenging for all countries to actually have one software platform, right? And I think it will be also very costly for all countries to want to adopt just one single software platform. So we decided that, in fact, the best way is through data standardization, and also in terms of standardization of what we call, application interface, programming interface, or APIs. With that, you don't need everyone to have the same software platform, but you can have interoperability. And of course, this also addresses the challenge of the stakeholders who do not want sensitive data to be, stored uh, offsite or in the cloud. So we think that this is I think sort of a effective way to try and enhance interoperability across international shipping and the supply chain. We started this in July 2020 with the signing of an MOU. And then just late last year, we launched the first call for API specifications, specifically on port clearance. Now, for us, we have to move on the maritime journey together, and this includes maritime digitalization. No country should be left behind. So, with this in mind, we embarked with IMO on a project called SWIFT. SWIFT stands for Single Window for Facilitation of Trade. This is under the IMO's technical cooperation program. Under SWIFT, we have embarked on a pilot with the port of Lobito in Angola. We started sometime this year, and it will be completed in the third quarter of next year. And this is basically for the port of Lobito to be able to implement a maritime single window. So with this, what we intend to do is firstly, from our experience working with the port of Lobito, try and put all the learning points and guidance in a resource kit that we can share with everyone. And we are also hoping that this project that we have embarked with IMO could serve as a model for partnerships between member countries to help member countries to implement maritime single window in their ports. So this is something, of course, we see as important, because when you talk about digitalization and trying to get the maximum from digitalization, it is important that across the world ports are digitalized, and therefore there is then greater interoperability across all the ports. So I will just end off by saying that for Singapore, I think digital transformation is very important. I mean, it is not only with respect to the maritime sector in Singapore, but in Singapore as a whole. And we certainly see this as, again, something that is very important in order to enhance the global maritime transport system and supply chains. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yap. It was a very, very interesting presentation on, as we leap into the future of digitization, what some of the possibilities are. And let me just check with the organizers. Are we ready online for our next speaker? Very good. Our next speaker is Dr. Portia Nanovu, who's a practicing maritime lawyer specializing in international trade. She's also an academic based at the Massachusetts Maritime Academy in the United States, actually not far from where I grew up. Dr. Nluvu is originally from Durban, and she's in Massachusetts. I'm from Massachusetts, and I'm here in Durban. If you'd like to switch places, maybe we can arrange that. She is a distinguished author, including legal texts, social commentaries, and even children's books. Her latest book addresses the ballast water management issue, which is another important subject for sustainable shipping. Today, she will be combining two important topics: the threats and challenges to the maritime industry posed by cybercrime and the integration of women into the cybersecurity industry. This actually harkens back to the 2019 World Maritime theme of empowering women in the maritime community. It's a pleasure to have you here remotely, and the floor is yours. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, esteemed chair and moderator. Thank you for the opportunity to share on some areas about cybersecurity. I would like to take this time to also just congratulate the efforts of the IMO, the Durban Department of the South African Department of Transportation, as well as the green shipping, and putting efforts to make sure that we have a great environment going into the next generations, and to leave something for future generations as part of sustainability, while still being very successful in business. Okay, so my topic has been slightly introduced, so I'm going to time myself here to make sure that I don't go over time, and I will start sharing my slides. Okay, so the first thing that I would like to point out, of course, and it has been consistently being talked about in this forum, in this platform, is that artificial intelligence, information communication systems, they are going to continue to be part of our shipping world. And so we have to think very carefully about how that is going to be secured and protected, so that businesses are not exposed to the threats that come with that world. Also, I just pull a report from Shipping and Freight Resource, which I just love this resource. I use it with my students. And here they're talking about how artificial intelligence is impacting shipping and logistics. And clearly, even from our previous presenters' smart port presentation, you can see that AI, robotics, coding, all of that is something that we are going to see in the future. Particularly, you know, when you think about the supply chain in whole, the fact that there's different areas of transportation that are involved and working together. For example, those who are involved in road haulage, truckers, for instance, they are a very important part of that supply chain, as we all know. And it's been said that perhaps AI is going to reach a stage when even their jobs are the truckers, for instance, their jobs are rethought in order to deal with problems that real human beings face, such as the stress of the job, the heart disease, sleep apnea, high cholesterol, and hypertension. This does mean that, of course, there's going to be issues of people worrying about their jobs. What does this mean for their own sustainability to earn money for their futures? Because some people don't even mind a health risk if they're going to have a job. You know, they're going to be able to provide for their families and be able to pay for life insurance and all those other insurance risk things that go with the life of a worker in general. However, in a study that was completed, well, this study has been done by several organizations, but my favorite one that I like to quote is the one that was done by MIT, right next door in Cambridge here. And they have established that actually, even though there's always like a little bit of pushback when it comes to artificial intelligence, but it actually, data shows that artificial intelligence and robotics can enhance the quality of human life, and it can actually increase productivity. And we can rethink some of these jobs that we are concerned about, so that that human resource that has been taken over by artificial intelligence is absorbed in other ways, to continue to make the supply chain sustainable. But ultimately, that study found that actually AI is good for a sustainable future. So this is the world we live in. We have to accept that. So how do we protect it from the crime side of things? And this is where I'm going to start now, sharing my PowerPoint. Okay. Okay, I do apologize for this delay. I had thought that it was already open and right in front of me, but here it is. Okay, so how do we protect the security of our ICT systems? And of course, speaking to my next point, how do we make sure that we include all the participants, all the genders, and those who want to basically represent this part? Yes, so as you can see, this effort that we're trying to do is a global dream. We are trying to do something global. So you can just insert your flag here, and it will become very obvious that we are all in this together, working together to make sure that our industry is sustainable and safe. This is a picture of me and my students in South Africa at the port of Port Elizabeth, where they got a chance to see that Africa is very much online and very much within the efforts of making sure that they are just as connected, and seeing how we run maritime, the maritime business over in South Africa, and then they can compare it with what's happening here in the United States. And of course, being member states of many of the conventions that we are all a party to, they were able to see some of that regulation playing out. So again, just to emphasize the international global effort when it comes to this. All right, so I would like to start off by explaining that for my interaction with this topic comes from a regulation and compliance aspect. So I am an admiralty lawyer, maritime lawyer, so I generally usually get called in when we have nabbed the cyber attack people, which can be very, very difficult, as you can imagine. And now we are taking them to court, and we're doing all the processes of figuring out what is the jurisdiction of the matter, what is the representation in court, and then also developing rules and regulations and making sure that organizations apply those rules and regulations. So it means we cannot agree with the line from William Shakespeare's Henry the Sixth, Part 2, where he says, the first thing we do is kill all the lawyers. We certainly cannot do that, because in the world of challenges that we live in, we are going to need people who are going to explain the rights and responsibilities that go with the knowledge and the expertise of living in an AI systematic world, and living in a world that is basically internet run, internet connected, and we're going to have to figure out what are going to be the legal rules for that. What is enforcement going to look like of those compliance issues, and what are some of the general treaties and model laws that we can agree to. I am going to be referring also to chapter 10 of our ballast water book that was just recently mentioned in the introduction of my speech. In chapter 10, I actually when I was designing this book and I was choosing which chapters should feature, I appointed a student who applied to do this project with me, Devin DeEon, who also does classified work for the United States government in his various capacities, and also a journalist. So I thought that is the student that I was going to appoint to do the marine cybersecurity paper, and he did really well. And I do have that paper open right in front of me because I would like to show you some of the topics that are covered within that within the book, to show us exactly what the anatomy of a cyber attack looks like, because that's essentially what we're trying to solve. We are understanding that, first of all, there's specialized knowledge. There's going to be experts and developers that we're going to be relying on, ethical hackers that we're going to need to get involved. And we need to see how all of that computerization can be taught, skills transferred, but also deal with the fact that it's an imperfect world. Knowledge is power. However, how you use the power is also going to be a very individualistic decision. When we appear in front of the public and we are dressed up and we're looking professional, smelling good, and really looking like responsible citizens, it may not necessarily translate in our attitude. So that's part of the challenge of the world, is that you may have people who are willing to be educated, willing to get all these expertise, but then they use that knowledge to become hackers, so in a bad way. So those are the challenges that we have to work with. And it truly is going to continue to be a global effort. And we're going to have to think about how to retain ethical hackers so that they will not be tempted to go to the dark side, as it were, of the cybersecurity space. Okay, so here is the chapter. I have opened it right here in front of me. I hope that the observers can see it. We spent quite a few years actually developing this book, and on page 179, I have here, for example, how some attacks on a ship. So in particular, we have two aspects of discussing cybersecurity on this chapter. And first of all, we kind of talk about all the general aspects of what a cyber attack may look like. So the anatomy of the cyber attack. Let's go to that first, so that we can have a look at what that could look like. So basically, the malware, we're going to talk about that in the next couple of slides. Phishing, brute force, where, for example, hackers hire sort of hitmen and dangerous people to come in on board and change passwords, or go to a server and change passwords and things like that. Social engineering, by manipulating information, subverting the supply chain, basically allowing cyber criminals to come in and actually compromise the electronic systems of an organization by planting various viruses into that area. And of course, denial of services. So this is what a cyber attack will look like. How will it manifest in the shipping world can be several ways. Some of those ways, which actually those of us who are blind to the specialist knowledge that it takes to even build a virus, we may not even be aware of some of those manifestations of danger. But some of the more common ones that affect ships is, for example, the jamming of signals, the way that it will affect the ECTIS on the ship, how it reads, being able to broadcast our automatic identification system, the AIS, and all of those things can be manipulated. And we have seen more and more reports of accidents that are caused by this, although further investigations are always kind of going on to see whether it was a hack or it was just like a straightforward mistake of navigation on board. So, but these are the things that that we're looking at. And then the different types of ships as well will have a different outcome when they are attacked, of what the manifestation of that attack will look like. For example, if you mess with the ballast water system on a ship, you can basically cause the valves to open at the wrong time and therefore cause sinking, strandings, and all kinds of dysfunction on the ship's balance and ballast. And then you could, affect, for example, the structural integrity of the ship, damage its hull, and in the case of ships that are carrying highly volatile, dangerous cargoes, you can turn those into basically all kinds of bombs. And so cyber threats are very, very serious. And then, of course, we do cover here, or at least our author in this book covers some of the various degrees of what the attacks will look like. Because of time, I would like to allow you to kind of like read that chapter in your own time. The book is available on various platforms in order to truly explain more and more what the cyber attack will look like in the shipping world, because we want to relate everything back to us, but we also don't want to look at cyber attacks in isolation to the real world, because the supply chain is interconnected as we see. Okay, so here are some of the important points that I would just like to raise on this delivery of ours. Basically, cyber attacks in the maritime world involve danger to the ship itself and then danger to business. I took this data here from the source of Centis F5 Labs. I really like this data because it was more in agreement with the numbers caused by some of the biggest cyber attacks that we have seen coming up to 2020. So some hackers just had time to basically sit at home and cause different types of hacks that run into the billions of dollars. And of course, how can we forget that it is a very serious risk, and cybersecurity has actually been seen as a weapon of war, and I don't think we can get away from this. Of course, this is not the platform to come and speak about, so classified information about who's doing what to who at what time in terms of the nations that are at war. But it's very clear that critical infrastructure and networks can be scanned for weaknesses in order to launch a cyber attack on an entire nation and its affiliates and member organizations and bilateral trades and other businesses within that area, which is what we saw with the malware known as NotPetya. So we had Petya in 2017, that ransomware that went viral, and then we had NotPetya, which basically destroyed the Ukraine and all the businesses that were around it. Okay, as you can see here, whenever even naval vessels kind of go into a crash, the cyber attack and the jamming of signals to cause those collisions is never ruled out. So it means that anything on the internet can be at risk, and therefore experts of all kinds have to come in together and kind of train everyone as well, because we all open emails and those emails could be tainted. We all open messages and we know about phishing and how viruses are launched. It can come through an innocent looking email. So we all have to constantly, as lay people and as experts, we constantly have to be trying to be a step ahead of cybercrime. And then of course, make sure that the patching systems and computer security is done from the manufacturing base to patch all those problems, and then the lawyers can come in and discuss issues of liability after that's been worked out. So who are we going to need at this time? We've all heard of hackathons, this is where we kind of like ask for very difficult coding problems to be resolved. And so there's a lot of talent out there for some of this cybersecurity response to the crime side of it. And of course, we need to pay the ethical hackers well so that they can spend all their time doing the right thing and not being paid by evil elements in the world that will destroy. I would like to now start talking about the participation of women. And I would like to state that, and this is something I always state in my presentations, that when we talk about the participation of women, it will always be a partnership of genders. It will always be a partnership of the humanity, because I don't know if you have ever seen a graduation celebration for a young woman, especially in South Africa. There's always men around that woman, whether it's the father, uncle, brother. So when you empower women, when you give them opportunities, you're actually empowering men, and men are making that possible too. But we don't want to make it as if men bear all the responsibility. Women actually do have a lot to offer. And so this is a partnership, and it'll always be a partnership. So I really want to emphasize that, because to empower each other is to empower all of us together, as we all can agree from, you know, the developmental goals, that actually to work together for women to participate is actually to build us forward. Not to mention that data shows just how much women actually put back into their families and their community around them. So that partnership needs to be sustained. We need to work on that. And I know that I'm probably preaching to the choir. And also, partnerships against cybersecurity is also an issue of working together as well. As for example, this is one of the hackers known as the Happy Hacker. I believe his name is Hamzat Benjel, if I'm saying his name correctly, but this gentleman is just like this happy guy who was finally caught by the government of Thailand and the United States when he was discovered to actually be part of a syndicate that was planning to defraud using cybercrime to defraud the world of $100 million US. And look at that innocent face, like you would never tell, but this is the dark side of it. So we're going to need those ethical hackers. And then we're going to have to continue to support some of the legal environment, you know, that makes it possible to basically deal with cyber crimes. Various nations have all kinds of rules, for example, to try and protect data and to create comprehensive rules and structures to keep data safe, to keep systems safe. However, these criminal elements are still there, and so those partnerships to keep them down, those partnerships to make sure that women are part of the solution is there. So it also has been shown that law enforcement, as time goes on, is also getting smarter through the cooperative sharing of information through different organizations, international police and all of those organizations, and sharing information through different government structures. These global problems are becoming more and more easier to solve. One of the biggest cyber criminals here in the United States, who started the Silk Road, where they were literally selling drugs, they could deliver drugs to your doorstep without without law enforcement even knowing about it, that Silk Road, which was operating on the dark web, they were able to nab him by finally nabbing his computer, but it was a lot of hard work from the law enforcement, and they did such spectacular dramatics to finally get a hold of his computer. But he was based in the United States. It was simple to bring that particular hacker into the US courts and listen to his story and then sentence him. But what about those silent, unmasked faces all around the world? However, it has been shown also that through identifying where the criminals are logging in, they are able to bust those rings. So we're seeing more and more arrests. So there is hope. When I was doing the Women in Cybersecurity, I was going to start showing all the different entities of the women that I constantly they're running surveys or kind of like checking for our own business development, because we've got business development ideas around the ports that need IT. We want to make smart ports. We want to develop business ideas of that nature. And we've got all this exposure to talent. And I realized that, you know what, it's not even a question of whether women can do it. It's not, participating for women in cybersecurity is not a question of whether they are capable. See, these are the top they are called the most dangerous female hackers around the world. This is the latest record in 2022. And if you look at Natasha Grigori, actually the original Natasha has passed on, but look at what she left behind with her powers of cybersecurity and moving around the internet, all her knowledge. She actually became an anti-child pornography website. And so imagine if we can empower armies of women to come and resolve these problems, which are growing, and they need so many resources, human resources, good people to come in and solve problems. Obviously, we don't know the backgrounds of these women. We haven't really checked into who's done what, but I wanted to highlight how one of them actually still has started a legacy of a website that's still running to this day to bust child pornography. And so there are definitely people trying to stop that. So if we, for example, look at the stats in South Africa, so I'm just taking South Africa as a sample. This is a country that's already battling with a lot of inequality and problems with employment, youth unemployment. At some point, I saw 67%. And then general unemployment throughout the population is as of 1st June 2022, marked at 34.5%. So you can just imagine how we have bands of young people who probably would be if we could get the talented ones that would be interested in this world, we could create formidable armies of ethical hackers and help them with scholarships. I did see a few scholarships for coders that are being offered in South Africa. I'm just using South Africa as a sample, but obviously, we have to start thinking. I mean, and listen, it's a beautiful world, this cybersecurity, because it also gives women the chance to adjust to their schedules as well. Because we know that the reason we talk about women participating is not because women are not capable, but because women generally have different challenges to men. So we are appealing to the partnership of all to say, how can we make it easier to empower families financially, so that, because more money and more empowerment means more education, less deaths from things that could have been stopped, like hunger and, and lack of education and things like that. Those things we're trying to change them. So perhaps we should start finding systems, create strategies on how to find talented women and young girls, train them, turn them into armies that are going to defend, that are going to be the front lines to cybersecurity. Hopefully they can be taught and have that attitude within them that if you're going to attack South Africa and attack our network systems, you go through me first. instead of them being the attackers, instead of them turning into criminals. Because obviously these criminals are actually really smart. As you can see, the global supply chain is also road haulage, it's also aviation. And as you can see, for example, again, using South Africa, since we are here as a sample, the Civil Aviation Authority of South Africa has within its regulations that cybersecurity awareness must be a priority in training those who work. And actually, this happens to be a school of aviation that is run by women. And so, as again, a sample of this capability and power and contribution of women that they want to bring. All right, so I've only got a minute left of my time, and I would like to say, clearly cybercrime is costing a lot of money. Who's paying for it? I was going to show you some of the American Institute of Marine Underwriters clauses. They are refusing to pay for it. They are in the process of trying to even define what cybercrime is. So it looks like it's still going to fall back on as being one of those complex risks that are going to fall back on the Lloyd's of London. It looks at the moment. Again, this is the organization that produces risk management resources for business, and they are saying we are not covering these billions of dollars in risks. And even if you go to the Lloyd's of London, their standard forms have very high retentions or deductibles or excess, as you would call it, because they want to make sure that you've done everything to patch and protect your own systems before they can take on the risk. And even so, that risk will be limited by certain caps. So no matter how deep the pockets of so to close off, no matter how deep the pockets of our risk insurers, they are simply not deep enough for the kinds of risk that this cybercrime will create. And with that, I would like to end my presentation and would like to thank all the delegates on it and esteemed people for listening to my presentation. And it's been lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that really interesting and expansive presentation. I think we're really starting to see some thoughts come together here with our first presentation on some of the opportunities, embracing digitization from the port side, from the personnel side. And I think we can wrap that up with our next speaker, who is Patrick Verhoven, the Managing Director of Policy and Strategy at the International Association of Ports and Harbors, which represents 160 ports and 120 port-related businesses in 90 different countries. IAPH also is a very valued non-governmental organization at the IMO with consultative status. They're very active. Patrick has a long career representing the port and shipping industry, both at the IMO and before the EU. And his work fully embraces the spirit of IMO Secretary General Keetak Lim's goal of better integrating port and shipping interests at the IMO. He'll be talking us today about port adaptability. And Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Fred. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to be here. I have to admit that it's my very first visit to this beautiful country, South Africa, and to the city of Durban. Very pleased to be here. Adaptability is indeed what I'll be discussing, but specifically from the focus of the topic of this morning, which is about digital transformation. And what I would like to emphasize is actually the core of this is data collaboration, because that's in the end what this is all about. Ports, shipping is a human business. And of course, we like to focus and discuss a lot about technology. But in the end, what makes it all happen is the interaction between people. And if people don't trust each other to share data, then we can have the most advanced and sophisticated technology at our hands, but not a lot will happen. And I think that's really what we've been seeing so far. And I noticed that I have almost a similar slide here than my colleague from Singapore, which shows you the evolution of ports from the basic cargo handling operations to logistics and developing new business opportunities, which also includes sustainable integration, and then to that famous smart port concept. But I think if we look at the world around us, and if I also look at the membership that we represent in our organization, I think today there are still very few smart ports around. And the reality is a little bit more sobering. During the pandemic and during the first wave, I think everybody started realizing how vulnerable, physical interaction can be during such a period of crisis, and hence the need to have digital interaction also between the ship and the shore. IMO has already mandatory requirements about electronic data exchange between ship and shore since 2019. And we did a survey among the ports community to see to what extent have they actually implemented these requirements under the IMO FAL convention. And the result was pretty sobering, as I said, because only 1/3 of the 111 ports that replied said, yes, we have implemented this, although we were already way into 2020. 1/3 said we're in the process, and the other third said we haven't even started yet. And when we asked, that was the second question in the survey, what are some of your main challenges in achieving these goals? And the answer was not technology, the answer was not budget, the answer was lack of trust, first of all, in data sharing, and B, complexity of regulations. And I think that's the reality where we are faced with today, although we have moved on, of course, we're 2022. But I think that some of the results may even provide not completely the picture, because you know how it is with surveys. People who are keen to give a positive response, they will reply. And those who know that, we might not give a very satisfactory answer here, maybe we not reply. So I think we're even looking at a worse situation than what this survey has shown. Meanwhile, we're moving to the next step, as also previous speakers have indicated, because the electronic data exchange requirements is the first step. The next step is the introduction of the maritime single window. And under FAL Convention, the amendments that were adopted recently in the FAL Committee, we are looking at a new deadline after 2019. The new deadline is the 1st of January 2024, when the introduction of the maritime single window will become mandatory under the IMO FAL Convention. Bearing in mind the knowledge that we have with the first step, we want to work together as IAPH, as World Ports Organization, with the IMO and also with the ship owner and the shipping community represented to BIMCO, to avoid that if we have to do a survey in 2025 or 2026, that we get similar results. 1/3 saying, yes, we've done it, 1/3 saying we're still in the process, and 1/3 saying we haven't even started yet. So we want to learn from that previous step and avoid that we end up in a similar situation with the single window. And that's why we have agreed on a plan to create more awareness about what the single window can do for you, how it can facilitate business, how it can facilitate trade, and also help with all the technicalities that are related to that. And we're doing that in 2 steps. Already in a couple of weeks, there will be a webinar on the 24th of October, which will be streamed on the IMO platform, where we will go into sort of the basics. What is the single window? How can it help you? How do you need to cooperate, government, sports, shipping community, to make it happen? But the really important date is early next year, 18-19 January, when we will organize, again, together with the IMO and with BIMCO, a 2-day technical symposium at the headquarters of the IMO in London, but it will be hybrid. You can also follow it online, where we'll go into the nitty-gritty of all this. What are the steps to take? Again, what is the sort of cooperation roadmap that you see? What resources are available already today to help you with the implementation? And what are some of the main technical hiccups that we need to cover? Data exchange, single window, it's all part of a roadmap where the end is indeed, the smart port concept, where you're making the best use of innovation and technology to make and run your port as efficient and as sustainable as possible. And again, based on the results of that initial survey, we also teamed up with another institutional partner that we work with next to the IMO, which is the World Bank. And together we produced this roadmap to accelerate digitalization in ports and shipping, starting with the basics, moving gradually to the end goal, which is indeed today's smart port concept, including on the way things like port community systems and port management systems. A very important message from this roadmap is that it's about cooperation and it's about leadership. And the leadership is in the first place with the governments. I think that's a very important message also to give across here at this World Maritime Day, where I know there's lots of national delegations present. It's the leadership of governments and then, of course, the port authorities and the shipping community to move this agenda forward. I'd like to highlight one example, which also my colleague from Singapore mentioned, which is port call optimization, which is one stage also in that roadmap of digital transformation. Port call optimization, just-in-time arrival. It has multiple advantages. Of course, it's increasing your efficiency. It will also reduce your emissions, and it will increase safety. So why not do this? Well, one of the reasons why a lot of ports aren't doing this at the moment is because it's very, very complicated. One interesting output from the International Task Force Port Call Optimization, which is again working very closely with the IMO under the IMO Green Voyage 2050 program, is the complexity of a port call, which you see here on this graph. Even if you can't see the details, I think you can sort of grasp the essence that this is complex business. There are also lots of operational relationships, but also contractual relationships, which make the evident, sort of premise that a ship shouldn't wait before it gets serviced in the port, that in reality it may be a little bit more complicated. We're making really good progress with this concept, and it's again thanks to leading ports like Singapore and Rotterdam and a couple of others that we're trying to get traction here. First, by identifying the bottlenecks, and secondly, and this has also been emphasized again by my colleague from Singapore, is the importance of standardization. We can't all work with the same system in the world, that makes sense, but we can do and work with standards so that this interaction and interoperability can work. Making good progress on the maritime front door, but again, it's only one phase, because ports are not just about shipping. Ports are nodes in very complicated supply chains, and throughout the past year and a half, I think we've all experienced how critical ports are. And especially if things go wrong, if there are hiccups in supply chains, major hiccups as we've encountered, not only as a result of the pandemic, but we've seen other incidents. We've seen the Suez Canal blockade. We have a war in Europe. Many things are happening that are all challenging the resilience of ports and the resilience of supply chain. And again, this graph, I found it very interesting, is by Jean-Paul Rodriguez of the Hofstra University in New York, who calls it the great entanglement. And it shows you, I think, without going into detail, that there is no single responsible element for this. It's a real complicated dialogue between various stakeholders in order to move cargo from A to B through a maritime supply chain. And that's not just the front door, the maritime front door, but it's also, maybe especially, the back door, the connection to hinterland. We had some work done also within IAPH in getting a better dialogue with the ultimate customer of the port, which is the cargo. Of course, our direct customer and the one that we have a contractual relation with is the shipping line and also the terminal operator in the case of landlord ports. But we don't have contractual relationships with the cargo, with the BCOs, with the shippers. Yet they are the ones in the end that move cargo from A to B, and they have become also more vocal during the past year and a half, during that crisis, that supply chain crisis, which actually isn't over yet. We have heard more and more shipping interests standing up, cargo owners standing up and say, look, this is, even if we don't have contractual relationship with you, this is what we want from you in the end. And lady on the picture whom we interviewed for our membership magazine is Laurie Felmer. She works for US Cargo. She's a US BCO, but she's also chair of a national association representing shipper interests. And she came up with 4 points that are really important. First of all, it's speed. Second, it's about predictability. It's about the alignment with cargo owner experience. And perhaps the most important one for ports is to have a go-to place for whatever goes wrong. We all know, being in the industry, how complex a port is, because it's not just one place, it's a community, various actors working together, authorities, regulators, it's all coming back in one place. But the shipper doesn't care about that. You know, if something goes wrong, they want to go to one place and to say, can you help me? Can you tell me what happened to my cargo? When is it going to be delivered? And that brings a little bit to the forefront the role of the Port Authority, which is a term, again, that covers a big diversity. The word authority links it to a regulatory role, which of course most port authorities have. Think of the harbor master function, for instance. You have ports that are also operators or landlords. I think in most cases landlords, so they wouldn't have direct responsibility over what is going on in the terminals. But I think what is important to emphasize is that there is another role which is maybe underestimated today, and that is the role of being a community builder. Because the Port Authority is the only one, I think, the only entity that is somehow connected to all these various stakeholders that form a port community. And they do have a potentially big role, major role, to be that go-to place for the ultimate customer. And that's what we like to promote also in IPH in thinking about, you know, the further role of port authorities in the future. Briefly, before concluding, two small side remarks about two issues that we're also working on. Cybersecurity, I think we from Fikile, we already had a very extensive presentation on what cyber means for maritime, so I'm not going to go in detail here. Just to mention that we've produced in 2021, as part of that roadmap to accelerate digitalization, also specific guidelines on cybersecurity for ports and port facilities. And you can guess from the terminology that we deliberately say ports and port facilities to correspond also with the IMO jargon and with the ISPS code. And these guidelines, they're very basic. They're meant for sea level. It's not technical, and cyber, of course, has a lot of technical issues, but it would be wrong to say that cybersecurity is the responsibility of the IT department only in a port. It's the responsibility of everyone, starting with the top management, and top management needs to be aware of that. That's what these guidelines do. They're very hands-on, they're very practical. They're written by ports that have been there, that have gone through cyber attacks. And I would warmly recommend them as literature. I'm also very happy that they were recognized by the IMO in their own maritime cyber risk guidelines. This happened last year. And the second brief deviation is about innovation, because in the end, whether you're talking about a digital roadmap for your port, or whether you're talking about rethinking the role of the Port Authority, in the end, it's all about innovating things. But like with digital, I think there are also a lot of misconceptions about what innovation means. And a lot of people immediately jump again to technology and say, wow, we've got all these beautiful things around us. How can we best make use of it? But even if you haven't got a plan, if you haven't got a strategy as to what exactly it is you want to improve within your port, you're bound to make mistakes. You're bound to choose the wrong technology. And that's what this publication, which is really fresh, it's 1 week old exactly. It's again available online. In very simple terms, explains how, as a port, you can build an innovation strategy and make that work for you, regardless whether you're a big sophisticated port or whether you're a very small local port. Concluding and bringing all this together, I think it was the World Bank that said that digital transformation and data collaboration are together one of the generational challenges that our industry, the port and maritime industry, is facing, together with energy transition and resilience. And these are exactly the three pillars that we have been working on in IPH over the past year. Through a number of regional workshops that we try to identify what are really the gaps when we talk about these three pillars in the port sector globally today. We brought them together in our conference in Vancouver last May, and a couple of weeks ago we produced the results of this exercise in a report that's called Closing the Gaps, which was produced again with the support of the World Bank, and which will drive us forward in setting an agenda, helping ports worldwide, not just with digital transformation that I've been talking to in more detail about, but also by working on these two other pillars, which are of course interconnected, including decarbonization or energy transition and resilience. And we hope that we can make a state of the not a State of the Union, but a state of the art of the port sector, again, at our next conference, which will be next year in October, end of October in Abu Dhabi. And so with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. And again, thank you, and thank especially the South African government for inviting me, and of course, thanking also the colleagues of IMO for the great cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Well, we had 3 great presentations today. Why don't we give the speakers another round of applause? And so now we're at the Q&A section of this panel discussion. I think the presentations should have generated a lot of questions in your mind. We have the opportunity now to hear the views of our panelists on the different issues that were raised. If you have questions, I think there'll be people coming around the audience with a microphone. But while they're getting that set up, I'd like to get things started with a question to all the panelists. You heard both Mr. Yap and Mr. Verhoven talk about the smart port. Mr. Yap indicated that Singapore is driving towards a fully automated port by 2030. You also heard Dr. Enlova talk about opportunities in the future and how do we build a new workforce with respect to digitization, and hers was in particular towards addressing cyber threats. I see we have a number of cadets in the audience in the back, and they may want to weigh in on this. I would encourage you to speak, but what I'd first like to do is ask the panelists, how do you see this transition in the workforce occurring as ports and ships become more automated and computers start doing things that humans are currently doing now in the port and shipping industry? How do we make that transition, and where do the people that are currently working in those jobs, where do they go and how do they get retrained? Check. Mr. Yap.
Oh, thank you very much for the question. Quite clear that whatever we do, whether it's about transformation, innovation, introducing new technologies, it is very important to always keep in mind that at the end of the day, it is the human in the loop that will be key. And here, of course, specifically with respect to maritime digitalization, as I mentioned in my presentation, I think digitalization will certainly bring about new jobs, and just to highlight that even when we talk about cybersecurity, there will be certainly many new jobs in that field. But besides new jobs, I think what is important is also new skills. And here, I think as we have generation after generation who are born and introduced to many digital features, they are, I think, very keen to see what the jobs of the future will be for them. So I think that is, in a sense, a very positive aspect, because from young, they are already, I think, very conversant with digital technologies. And I think this will bode well for getting new skills in the future. So what is important then is the transition. In Singapore, we have to work very closely with the unions in charting out the transition. For example, when it comes to the Singapore port operated by PSA, they have already started automating many of their terminals. So now if you were to go to a terminal in Singapore, you'll find that you no longer have operators operating the cranes directly. I mean, they don't have to climb up to the cranes every day. They can actually operate the cranes from a remote site, and they can operate several cranes on an exceptional basis because everything is fully automated. But when you speak to them, they are actually very enthusiastic to see that in the future, they will actually, in a sense, be much more productive and effective in jobs. There will, of course, be those who may find that their current jobs are, going to be phased out. But here again, I think working very closely with the unions, we are able to find, other areas in which they can enter. And then the most important thing would, of course, then be the provision of training for these workers. Thank you.
Thank you. I would echo certainly the importance of social dialogue in the transitional part. And I think if we look around the world today, we see that is related to automation. Exactly the issue what workers are concerned about. So social dialogue is key. Of course, we've been there a couple of times in the history of ports. I think if you see the first introduction of mechanization back in the 1920s and so on, we had similar issues with labor. But I think we've come to better dialogue than, let's say, 30 years ago in these issues. So I think that's indeed key to convince people that there are new opportunities, that maybe some jobs will indeed be phased out, but there are new opportunities. The other issue is, of course, how to bring people to this industry, and that's something we've been talking about in many shipping conferences that I've been going to. And what sort of image do we project to young people that want a career, and how can we attract them? I think that's still something we haven't completely got our heads around on how to do that. I mean, I don't know about people here. I stumbled in the industry by accident. It was because I had a cousin working for a ship agent. I was 16 years, and he said, "You want to come and work during the holidays?" I didn't know anything about ports, but it was great fun. So I stayed, and they say, if you're about 10 years in this industry, you never leave. It's Hotel California, you check in and you never leave. But how do we get people to check in? And we can't just rely on accidental factors like, family relation or whatever, which, it's still important. But what sort of campaign, and maybe that's something for IMO also to consider, and I know you do, not only for seafarers, but also for the related industries, port industry notably. When I was working for the European Ship Owners Association, we were involved with the trade unions in career mapping projects, that you may start a career indeed at sea, but that you also already have projections as to, what sort of opportunities are there when you come ashore and working for Port Authority or pilotage or other services. I think that we need to do even more things like that, and to proceed, because we're a really very fascinating modern industry. We all know that because we're in it and we love it. But how can we bring the passion outside? I think that's a key thing.
Yeah, I'll certainly echo that. Yeah, it's also attracting the young to the industry. And in Singapore, what we project is an industry that is much wider than just shipping, because most youth will just associate the maritime industry with shipping. But it is a much larger industry, and there are many jobs through the ecosystem. So you may start off on but you can actually end off a job on shore in very diverse areas. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think those are really good points. Patrick, my experience is similar to yours. 1980, I just graduated from university and didn't know what I wanted to do. And I had a cousin in the U.S. Coast Guard. He said, "Why don't you sign up for 3 years and you can figure it out?" Well, it's 42 years later, and I guess I still haven't figured it out. I'm still in maritime, and I love it. But there are very good points, and attracting young people to the industry is critically important. It's one of the it is the primary reason for the IMO Goodwill Maritime Ambassador Program, where we have 38 Goodwill Maritime Ambassadors, including in Singapore, that their whole purpose is to attract young people to this great industry. Dr. Enlova, do you have any views on this? You actually really touched on the subject pretty heavily in your presentation, and if we can get you back online.
Everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. The speakers have actually laid everything that I wanted to say, and to further add that even from an educational perspective, we cannot afford anymore to be reactive in the education that we give to students to prepare them to the future workers in the industry or whatever training. It cannot just be reactive. It has to be progressive. And we have to inform those who are entering that and project where the industry is going so that they can make very informed decisions about the longevity of the area where they choose to serve. And then they can commit to it knowing that, hey, you know what, maybe this is going to get phased out, but it can actually change into something different, and then give them skills for both sides.
Thank you, Doctor. So do we have some questions from the audience? A little hard for me to see, but yes, okay, I see we have one over here on my right. If you could identify yourself and ask your question, please.
Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Pendugan Shachwayo. I work for the government of South Africa. I'm based in the Presidency, Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. I have one or two questions, General. In South Africa, we've identified three key challenges: poverty, unemployment, and inequality. What will be in South African context, the role of maritime community? Especially we have the rural and poorest province called Eastern Cape, and it's ocean province, if you can put it that way. How in Singapore or elsewhere have they done it to reduce poverty and employment, especially in young and old? I mean, is it same as agriculture where a lot of unskilled people can be absorbed? That is the first one. The second one is the issue of cyber crime in the world. Again, in African continent, we have a lot of ocean countries, if you can put it that way, Namibia, Mozambique, and so forth. I mean, according to you, do we have what it takes to deal with crime in the ocean? We are battling with normal crime in the country. How can you advise us? And lastly, the issue of training. I mean, according to you also, we have enough institutions of higher learning that can train people. We're not talking here about people who will be taking one thing and putting to the ship, but the managers, the technicians that will be building the ship, that will be servicing them, and something like that. Can you comment on that, please? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think I'll give the first question to Mr. Yap, and the second question to Enlova, and the third question to Patrick. So, Mr. Yap.
Well, I would like to sort of address the first question from the experience that we have in Singapore's economic development. I think this is something that perhaps I think would serve as a useful reference for countries who are developing their economy. When Singapore gained independence, and that was in 1965, we actually, in a sense, had built our economy from scratch because a lot of our economy was based on the British being there. And when the British left, there were many things that we had to put in place in Singapore. Of course, when it comes to the maritime sector, we found that it was quite natural for Singapore to develop this sector. In fact, I would say that Singapore is a maritime nation. I mean, we were, in a sense, found by the British because we were able to provide them a very useful port. So that helped very much in terms of the development of our maritime sector. And of course, then the question is, how do we bring people into the sector? And here we are grateful to the many countries who provided us with training and capacity building support. Essentially, we were building things from scratch, and we depended very much on their help. So it's the same now for Singapore. We see ourselves as benefiting from this experience, wanting to give back to the community. So that's why for Singapore, we are very focused on supporting training, not only in Singapore, but in many countries of the world. And we do focus even on young professionals because we know that in many countries, they are the ones who you would want to build up to fill the various jobs and appointments in the maritime sector until the future. So in Singapore, again, many of the training institutions that we have for the maritime sector were due to support from friends from before. This is something that we would certainly want to make use of to also contribute to the development of the young in the maritime sector across the world.
Okay. Dr. Nlova, the second question regarding cyber threats. Do we have you back?
Those are that cybercrime is a reality even in a country like South Africa. You get scammers, prank calls, all kinds of things on a small level. It may not be stealing millions of rand because there isn't that kind of money or capacity, but it is possible and it's happening every day. So imagine if South Africans were richer and had money, it means that cybersecurity would also increase. So that element is there. There are people who do have this coding knowledge and they're using it for bad, but it won't be on a pronounced scale as you would get in the developed world. On the question of are we even involved in the cyber space of shipping and are we being affected? So in Africa, I'm gonna use the case where in 2017 where AP Mollowers was attacked by ransomware, it actually turned out that they were able to bounce back and recover their servers because the virus couldn't go through to their African offices because they were offline. So it turned out the ability to have the best internet at that stage actually ended up saving those files from the Petya malware that was wreaking havoc and putting their operations to risk and stopping it. So sometimes the lack of infrastructure is what causes us not to be exposed too much. However, we are at this point very much in partnership with the United States Trade Commission. That agency, that bilateral relationship, we have a strong one with the US to deal with the cyber crimes in South Africa, and it is considered as a success story here in the United States. So some of the crime that we could be seeing in cyberspace in South Africa, we're not seeing it because we have kind of the best help and the best teams. On the issue of how can we even be fighting in the cyberspace when normal crime is an issue, yes, that is a very important point. And really, the South African issue boils down to the economy that's broken. So if we can appoint the right people into government spaces where if they are given money and funds to develop communities and create active economies around those communities, I certainly believe that level off some of that crime, because some of the crime that you see in South Africa, it's straight up people just trying to eat. Some of the violent crime does not make sense. I agree with you. That just needs to be dealt with on an aggressive level by the police that we trust and look up to. We have to help them also as communities. But a broken economy is part of that issue. So we can find a way to use the ocean economy first to benefit the people. So that, when you are full, you are eating, your family is taken care of, then you can start thinking about sitting down and using your computer to learn a new skill about coding, about the various languages of the cybernetic world and information system. Then you can start thinking about education. But I believe that the answer is in those government leaders who represent the local communities, because they know that the government is very willing to put in money to develop the ocean economy. But is it happening on ground? Are we seeing that money translate into active businesses that can employ a lot of people? If we can start there, I believe that would be so helpful, because if it doesn't happen from fixing the economy, we're still going to be dealing with petty crime every day. And for those people who become success stories out of difficult situations, as soon as they have something in their pockets, they become targets for those who have nothing. So it ends up being a vicious cycle. So yeah, I hope that is very helpful, and it's a question that doesn't have a true. I'm not even giving a true answer. I'm just giving a perspective, and I myself am asking myself what can I do to help, and we are all needing to partner with building an active economy.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Patrick, the third question regarding training institutions, and I note that this was the subject of an entire panel discussion during the 2021 World Maritime, or actually the Day of the Seafarer celebration. The theme was Seafarers at the Core of Shipping Future, and are the current maritime training institutions up to the task to create the future digitized workforce?
That's a terrific question, and I was glad that was the last one to answer. I've been thinking about what to answer. I think the question was maybe specific to South Africa, which would be rather difficult to answer because I don't know the landscape that well of training institutions. But I think it very much reflects what was said before. I think first of all, yeah, what is your country's strategy when it comes to maritime economy? And Singapore is a great example of a very successful implementation. Has also the advantage that maritime and port administration are in one hand, which I don't think there are many examples around the world. If I look at my own country, which is a very small country, Belgium, but port administration is some regional level, and maritime administration is at federal level. There you already start. But what is your strategy? What do you want to achieve? Want to compete in the top ranking with the maritime hubs, or do you have sort of more a niche vocation? And that will then also explain what sort of training you need and what sort of institutions you need. Speaking again my own experience, I'm a part-time academic. It's 45% assignment at the University of Antwerp. And what I do notice is that shipping is competitive, but academic life is even more competitive. And that is sometimes maybe not always in the interest of, you know, getting a good curriculum out there for people who want to pursue a career in maritime. Cooperation is not always there where it should be between different institutions, academic institutions. There's competition, there's rivalry. So again, it needs some sort of leadership, I think, linked to what it is you want to achieve as a maritime nation. Where is your vocation? Is it mostly on shipping? Is it more on ports? Is it on a combination? And then you can indeed see, you know, do we have the right offer here in both vocational training and academic level? And can we inspire cooperation? Again, it's something where I think port authorities again play a role in bringing these various people together. And we do see some successes where, you know, port authority often takes the lead in saying, look, we've got gaps here, things that we need to fill, and bring institutions together, academic institutions, vocational training institutions together to make that work. But I would say it's mainstream yet. I think we need to do more work there as well. But yeah, competition is part of what we do, and it completely eradicate it would also not be a good idea. So it's finding that balance there. But it comes back to what is your strategy, and then what's your curriculum that you're offering.
Okay, thanks very much, Patrick. I think we have time for one more question. Okay, so we have another one.
To this side, Mr. Kenny.
Yes.
Good afternoon to our panel members as well as all the delegates. My name is Dr. Nandi Sibahla Madiba. You can just shorten it to Nandi Madiba. I'm the CEO and Interim Secretary General of Freight Logistics SA, which is FSA. I'm introducing myself in a tripartite way because I'm also having some stands out there. Sasol Oil, where I'm a board member, as well as NEC Maritime, which is task forces by the Department of Transport, where there's partnership with maritime industry. And this partnership is more for the purposes of ensuring that there's partnership between government and the private sector in terms of dealing with all the challenges that are in the industry. And through the collaboration, we believe that there will be a leverage of the leadership thoughts as well as the power of the industry to solve problems and any hiccups that are there. But my question is more not on a scope from the perspective of a particular country, because from IMO as well, I have not heard mention of the competences of those charged with governance in terms of driving corporate governance in such a way that there are competences to drive the strategy and risk in such a way that we are dealing with the understanding of digital transformation from that level as well. I'm saying this because my thesis was on digital transformation governance. And as I was interviewing a number of directors on boards, not just South Africa perspective, but also take into account that the multinational corporations have domicilium in South Africa, but realistically, they operate their business globally. So the perspective of the outcome of my research is such that at governance level, I have not really seen understanding of digital transformation in many areas. Now, the question that I would like to ask is, if from the perspective of IMO or maybe any other country, we are unable to demonstrate competences of governance in relation to digital transformation, how do we then feature in the partnership from the perspective of legal as well as compliance, if then those that are charged with governance are unable to show the necessary competences in terms of the governance of digital transformation? I will close my long question by saying also, what is the role of government in creating an enabling environment to ensure that understanding of digital transformation across board, not only in relation to maritime industry, because the speakers have already covered the fact that this is having interdependencies with other key stakeholders. Therefore, I would like to know the role of government to create an enabling environment, IMO to ensure as well on the side of corporate governance that there are competences at the right level. What role is also IMO playing in that regard? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. What I think I'll do, we're getting a little bit short on time, is I will answer from the IMO perspective, and then I think I'll give it to Mr. Yap to answer from the governmental, country governmental perspective. So from the IMO perspective, we recognize that having people within all of the governments that are skilled in ocean governance is critical from our point of view for the successful implementation of our treaty regime, which ensures the safety, security, and environmental protection of the shipping industry. So from that perspective, work of the World Maritime University in Malmo, Sweden, and the International Maritime Law Institute in Malta are really critical. And really the focus of the World Maritime University and their mission is to build maritime governmental leaders. And you can see the success of that just from our Secretary General, Kitak Lim, who is a WMU graduate and graduated many years ago. That is the purpose. And I would say that South Africa is sending more students to WMU than any other country right now. So I think the future is bright in that regard, because as these young people receive this instruction, and I can tell you that I was at WMU specifically on the subject of maritime governance just last week, and I met the South African students and I saw their enthusiasm. So I think the future is bright there. From a governmental perspective, I'll get to Mr. Yap.
Well, I think the most important is for the government to be able to identify what is important for the country's economic development. So in Singapore, we have a government who fully supports the maritime sector. And this is because, firstly, we are a small island state. And as a small island state, maritime transport is a lifeline, just like aviation is a lifeline. You know, without aviation, without maritime transport, it would be very difficult for Singapore to develop economically. Second is, once there is this recognition of the importance of the industry, the sector, then it is a question of the actions that the government takes. And again, in Singapore, we see a government that looks at things in the long term. So for example, the development of our new megaport, it is because of the government's vision that for Singapore, the port and the maritime sector will continue to be very important and will continue to grow into the future. Specifically with respect to maritime digitalization, again here the Singapore government is very clear that when we look into the economy of the future, digital transformation is important. So for quite a while already, we had initiated a Smart Nation initiative. And with the Smart Nation initiative, all sectors in Singapore will have to follow suit. So in the case of the maritime sector, we have a maritime sector digitalization strategy and plan. And this not only talks about systems, about technologies, but it goes down all the way to also talking about the workers and the people who will have to, be supporting the government in that digitalization drive. So I would say, it's first about, I think, the government being very, very clear about the importance of the sector. I would say in South Africa, quite clearly, the blue economy that the government of the day is already looking very long term into how it is developing the maritime sector in order to support the blue ocean economy. And I think it's then about, putting together the necessary action plans. Here, of course, for Singapore, when it comes to governance, public policy, it is something that we are most willing to share with other countries. There are many officials who have come to Singapore for training in governance and public policy. And we even have, very specific to the maritime sector, an academy that has programs on maritime leadership. So again, this is an area which we will be very happy to continue to share and contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yap. And thank you again to all of the speakers. I know there might have been some more questions from the audience. Please feel free to come up during the break. The speakers will be available up front. If you'd like to ask some questions, or if you have a question for Dr. Endlover, I think we can get that to her online. But I wanted to thank you all for your attendance. And if we could give the speakers one more round of applause. And I think we have some gifts for our speakers. And then after that, you will be on the tea break, which is 30 minutes. So I think you need to be back here at 12:05. But with that, we have some presentations to make.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's still morning. I think my name is Vusi September. I serve at the South African Maritime Safety Authority as the executive responsible for corporate affairs. I've been asked by the National Department of Transport, the department that's hosting the event on behalf of the South African government. I think we have all noticed that session 3 was the most engaging session, starting from the discussions that we had yesterday. I think all of them have been very interesting. Probably the topics that were covered today really resonated with the audience today, as we can see in the engagements. So for starters, it is just to thank first Mr. Kenny, the moderator for session number 3, who really managed the session very well. Thank you so much, sir. Again, colleagues, on behalf of the government of South Africa again and the audience and the delegates today, I think I realized over the past 3 weeks that if you don't plan ahead, you might just get into trouble in terms of securing these esteemed and sought after speakers. And the fact that they are here with us this week, it just shows you how committed they are to supporting the development of the maritime sector. And we wish to thank them for really choosing South Africa. I'm sure over so many offers to speak that they were sitting with. And thank you for making time to prepare and give us these powerful messages that you gave us today. And on behalf of the Department of Transport again, as a token of appreciation, the department has prepared these small gifts for you with the goodies inside. I don't know how we're going to handle Dr. Ndlovu's goodies, but I will take care of your bag, Dr. Ndlovu. Thank you so much.
Good day. I'm here just to make a small announcement. My name is Clarissa Minya from the Department of Transport. As you have seen on the programs, we do have a tour today. And then after the break, then we'll go for the lunch. And then after the lunch is then that we are going to have our tour. And then our tour, we've got 2 groups. Unfortunately, we had to cancel the tour to the port and for a cruise terminal. For a cruise terminal, there was no a need for us to do a tour since we are going to have our closing dinner or our closing cocktail at the cruise terminal. So the delegation will be able to see our cruise terminal during the closing cocktail. And then again, we also had to cancel our tour for the Nelson Mandela. That one is no longer happening. We are left with a tours. We are going to the museum, and then again we are going to go to the shipyards. So there are 2 forms. Those 2 forms, we are going to circulate them now. So the delegation have to choose a one tour. So because they are going to happen simultaneously. So per each tour, we are only going to accommodate 50 delegates. So if we have reached 50, unfortunately, we won't be able to accommodate more. So the forms, I'm going to distribute them per the rows, and then I'm requesting you to fill them now before you go for a break. Thank you. saying, I'm told magic. I also have not seen it. They say that I will be amazed, and I hope that you'll also be amazed. Over to you, Colin, and the production team. Colin, Maritime Review.
I am water. I am water, salt of the earth. I have abundance, bounty of the seas. I am fragile, yet with the strength to send waves crashing to the shore. Listen. Listen, listen.
Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, yo, yo. Are there people out there? Hey. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Hey, yo, yo, yo. Hey, hey, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Come, Buti. Yo, 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 yo. Ay, yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Ay, 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 yeah. Yo, 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 yo. Ay, yo. I want you to sing with us. Sing. Yo, 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 yo. Everybody? Yo, 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 yo. Can you hear them?
No.
Yo, 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 yo. Hi, Bo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. We have traveled such a long way to get here, but this place here is where our grandmother grew up. And she told us of these shells. Listen, listen. Can you hear? You can hear the water.
I can hear it.
You know, where we grew up, I had never ever seen the ocean, ever. But this is where our grandmother grew up. And she told us the story of how she ended up where she was on the shell and the ocean and what the ocean meant to them. You remember?
I do remember. I think you should tell them about how Grandma came to have this shell.
Hey, we have to start at the beginning. Ooh, Manule, our grandmother. She was a really beautiful woman. She grew up in a fishing village. Every morning, her father would go with men out to the sea in boats. In those days, they used baskets, and they would just take just enough for them to eat. The whole community. And there was an old woman in the village. She was a medicine woman. And she would get her medicine from the sea. And they always told the children, be careful of the ocean. You can go in, but be careful because it pulls you. In the ocean are our ancestors, and they will pull you in if you're not careful.
So one morning, she's sitting at home and she looks across and she sees a shimmer in the water. And she's not sure. Is that a school of fish? What is it? Can anybody else see this? And she stands there and she cannot help but start walking towards the ocean. And the voice of the medicine woman keeps coming to her, don't go near the ocean, don't go near the ocean. The pull is too strong and she keeps walking until her feet touch the water. And there's no turning back because she just keeps walking and she keeps walking towards the shimmer. She does not know what it is. And people suddenly are coming to fish. They start seeing her and start screaming, hey, hey, don't go into the water. But it's too late
She has gone and disappeared in the water.
She was swallowed. She was swallowed by the ocean. And people cried. The men went out with boats to look for her, to look for her. They called for 7 days. She was nowhere to be seen.
And they started to make funeral plans because there's no way that she could be alive if she's been swallowed by the ocean. Besides, the medicine woman has always told them and said, never on the ocean. But on the 7th day, as the fishermen are going out to get their mokoros, these long canoes, they're trudging on the beach, on the shore, and walking towards, and there is this person just lying there, that is lying on the beach and covered in beads. She has beads on her arms, she has beads around her legs and around her neck. He's just lying there, lifeless.
And they called the medicine woman, and she said, I knew it. They called her. Our grandmother had been called to be a healer, and she was taken by the medicine woman, and she was looked after. For a long time, she was healed. She was taught about the medicine of the ocean and medicine of music, because where we come from, it is the song. And see, those are the things that make us better. And she grew up, and that was her work. In the meantime, the men were fishing. And then
one day, this monster boat that looked nothing like the boats that we had in our village came. They promised big loads of fishing. They promised bigger fish. They promised a lot. And they said, if you help us to catch fish, we will leave you one of our boats as a present. And so what happened, they came in and allowed them into our village. And these men caught a lot of fish. Instead of these little baskets that would give us just what we needed, we suddenly were able to reach further with these large nets that were way larger than our baskets. And they would bring in scores and scores and scores of fish. But as it was happening, underneath our feet, we were losing grip of our land.
And Manuel kept saying, take only what you need. Take only what you need. Take only what you need.
Tata Ogutinga.
Take only what you need.
Tata Ogutinga.
The boats were bigger, and had to move to make place for harbor, a big place so they could park the ships. And people were moved further and further away from the ocean.
And suddenly you couldn't fish on the shore where my grandmother grew up. The village could not fish, and they were pushed further and further and further inland. But there was a song.
Yes, because one day her father came and he said, we need to go. We need to travel. And that song, can you people sing with us when you sing the song? Are there people out there? Woo! Woo!
There we go.
There are people. Sing the song, maybe they'll sing with us.
And the song went, Wemangube, Vumelani Sangam, Wemangube Wayanapi, Vumelani Sangam, Wemangube, Vumelani Sangam, Wemangube Wayanapi, Vumelani Sangam, Wobatik Sasangum Ibelo,
Vumelani Sangam,
Gia Hamangi Kwelu.
Vumelani Sangoma,
Wobatik Sasangum Ibelo.
Vumelani Sangoma,
Gia Hamangi Kwelu.
Vumelani Sangoma,
Wemangube, Vumelani Sangam, Wemangube Wayanapi, Vumelani Sangam, Wobatik Sasangum Ibelo.
Vumelani Sangoma,
Gia Hamangi Kwelu.
Vumelani Sangoma.
So they keep walking, and they keep walking.
And they went further and further and further inland until they arrived at a place where there was no ocean
There was a little dam, though,
and a stream
and these were not enough to feed a village.
and a forest.
The forest was there, and they were able to go out into the forest and forage for food.
And they started to learn to eat the fruits inland and, and to eat mopani worms and to eat millet. They found other food. But the ocean never leaves you, does it? The ocean holds your heart with such a deep, deep love. And Memanga would miss the ocean as she walked. She'd go to the stream and she'd go to the dam. It
Was
wasn't
not
the
the
same.
same.
Mm-mm.
And so one day she's foraging and looking for firewood as well.
And she's in the forest, right?
She's in the forest and she's listening to the sounds. She stands there and she says, "This reminds me of something. This reminds me of the time that I stood on the beach the day that I went under." And she continues to look for firewood because she's been given an errand to get this firewood. But underneath there is something that looks like a rock. She's not sure what it is. It looks like a rock, but it isn't a rock, and it's hiding under some twigs and some leaves and a whole lot of stuff that's covered it. And so she dusts it. She picks it up and dusts it. And she holds it to her ear. And so this brings me to the time of how this shell came into my possession. I remember visiting my rural home, a city boy, years later, after I'd been born. And every summer I would go. But every time my grandma would take a bath, she'd go outside in the homestead and she'd stand there. And she would listen. And I just remember seeing the back of her hair shimmering under the sun, and her just standing there clean and glistening. She must have known that I was standing there behind her, because she turned around. She said, "Do you want to hear?" So she handed it to me. I was so small, my hands so soft that it almost felt like it could hurt to hold this. And I put it to my ear, and for the first time ever, I heard a semblance of what the ocean could sound like. So I stood there and I was just swallowed into the sounds.
Coco, what is this sound?
That is the sound of the ocean in Danam.
Ocean.
Yes.
Ocean.
The ocean. It's a big mass of water.
Ulwandle.
Ulwandle.
You always talk about Ulwandle. When are we going to see it?
My child, even if you never have to see it, just remember that the ocean lives in you, that you carry the ocean with you. The things that are deep within you, the things that heal you, the things that hold you and embrace you, are also the thing that gives us, that the ocean gives us. So I stood there, drowning in this shell, and just imagining that the winds were there and longing for the ocean. But the one thing that I've carried with me, being an inland child, is that I don't have to live next to the ocean to care for it, because I carry it in me all the time. And the most important thing for me has been to see how people from the inland come all the way out to the shore. They will come with little containers, and they want to grab a little piece of the magic and take it home. They want to take it to their parents. They want to take it to their healers that use the seawater to heal them. And they want to also keep that with them. So sometimes they also try and find shells. I hardly think that they have been as lucky as what my grandmother was, because we've had this for a long time in the family. Whenever I feel lost inland,
Because when we listen to the ocean, we know stories old, and stories new. The ocean warns us about this world that is changing. The ocean invites us in this world where we have no peace. The ocean reminds us to stand still and to listen. But the ocean is frightening and it's big, and when she rages, oh, she reminds us we are not in control of the world. We might think we are, but we must listen to the ocean.
lalela ulwandle,
Listen to the ocean.
lalela ulwandle,
Take only what we need.
thatha okudingayo,
Think of the future.
cabanga ngekusasa,
Listen,
lalela,
listen,
lalela,
listen.
lalela.
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, 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 yo.
Ay, 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 yo, yo. Ay, ay, yo, yo. Hey, yo, yo, yo. Listen, listen, listen to the ocean.
I am your playground, your gym, your church, your retirement plan. I am your factory, your office, and your trading highway.
The water's all around us, tides and winds compound us. The harbor is left behind. Our families go on without us, waiting for us. Let's give us a team. The Waters all around us, clouds and winds compound us. The harbor is left behind. Our families go on without us, waiting for us. The waters all around us, clouds and winds compound us. The harbor is left behind. Our families go on without us, waiting. They are waiting for us. Kawuleza, Kawuleza, sisenqwemeni lelizwe lakho, sinkobile isijingijane, singamakhawu elizwe lethu. We tame the oceans for you, no connection to you. We gather the world towards you, traded goods brought to you. Sailing, they are sailing towards you. We tame the oceans for you, no connection to you. We gather the world towards you, traded goods brought to you. They are sailing, sailing towards you. Hey, hurry on, hurry on. Land we have conquered, heavy weathers. We are heroes of our different countries. Oh, hurry on, hurry on. We've arrived on the coast of your land. We have conquered heavy weathers. We are heroes of our different countries. The ship is our home, fellow crew of family. The horizon has become part of us, with deep waters echoing sounds of hope, sounds of hope. Hey. Ooh, hey, hey. Oh. Kawuleza, Kawuleza, sisenqwemeni lelizwe lakho, sinobile isijingijane, singamaqhawe elizwe ethu. Hurry on, oh hurry on. We've arrived on the coast of your land. We have conquered heavy weathers. We are heroes of our different countries.
When the waves crash and the skies hum and the lights dance and the ships come, the water to the metal offering safe passage, while the wind rattles our sails forth, a whole world is bubbling underneath. One of mystery yet comfort, one of histories recovered, one of systems and cultures that has brought life to all civilizations, carried our messages and treasures to their destinies, carved our lands exceptionally, taught us how to submit to its greatness, hosted our divers and sailors, sang us a song, held us and fed us all along, trusted us with its best parts, with its ocean heart, cradled our boats and rafts, ensured no one starved when food was scarce. It supports the weight of our freight with the bravest among us, willing to ride the tide. The waters have taught them to live in the current. The waters have taught them to live in the current, to be so small and fragile, yet in the care of what is so vast and abundant. Men and women who call home wherever they lay their anchor, being rocked to sleep by Mother Nature. But the seabed knows our name. For all the many visits we've made to it for personal gain, the sea life knows our shame. For having to survive the reefs with ghost nets, making nests of our remains. The corals call us to our call, a chorus of a calm sea to be better than what we have been before. Let us lift each other once more. Rediscover that reverence of when men first met the shore, with the seas seeing us as custodians of their gifts and their waves weaving us a way through nature. It ought to remind us all that what we have and what we are, we owe to the ocean.
Quest to move the maritime industry towards a cleaner and more sustainable future by reducing greenhouse gases and carbon emissions. New technologies for greener shipping must surely be the wave of the future that fosters collaboration as well as partnerships while understanding the need for a just transition that leaves no one behind. The South African maritime industry will be a part of this mindset, and we invite you to dive into the South African Journal of Maritime Transport for a better understanding of the country's maritime landscape. You will find these pages printed as a special supplement to the 20th anniversary issue of Maritime Review Africa. They are also available for download as a digital publication online. Defining maritime South Africa and the blue economy requires an understanding of the country's full maritime domain. Traditionally, this has come to mean the exclusive economic zone of a country. Statistics show that South Africa has the 23rd largest EEZ in the world, an area that supports maritime transport, marine manufacturing, marine tourism, aquaculture, fisheries, offshore oil and gas, as well as the rural maritime economy. These sectors are managed by a number of government departments in an attempt to ensure that the country can live up to its ambitions as a maritime nation. The Department of Transport is the apex government entity that oversees the maritime transport sector. The South African Maritime Safety Authority is an agency within the department that is mandated with ensuring safety of life at sea, environmental considerations, and the promotion of the South African maritime interests. Other departments tasked with managing various aspects of the maritime domain include the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, the Department of Higher Education, the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Mineral and Energy Affairs, the Department of Defense. Since the dawn of the country's democracy in 1994, we have achieved a number of significant maritime milestones that have helped position the country to reach its goal of becoming an international maritime center by 2030. Indeed, our maritime citizens and entities have already achieved significant recognition on the world stage. A number of South Africans have been elected to international bodies, including the International Salvage Union, the International Marine Certification Association, the International Tribunal for the Law of the Seas, and the International Association for Safety and Survival Training. A number of awards have also been bestowed on our citizens over the years in recognition of their contributions to the marine sectors. We are proud of all these achievements and look forward to continue to serve the international community in the future. Our history as well as these achievements have helped shape our maritime heritage, and we welcome you here today as part of the World Maritime Day Parallel Event 2022. Let us collaborate and work together to meet the ambitions of a greener maritime industry. Thank you.
I think that brings us to the end of the production, and then I think that gives you a bit of perspective in terms of then who we are as South Africa, and how does the ocean work for us? How does it help us, and then who does it work against? Colleagues, I think we have reached the end of the session for today. We will break for lunch, and then after lunch, then there will be two tours. One to the Sandok Austral shipyards, and then the buses will be waiting on the side of the gate to take delegates who have signed up for the tour. And I hope that you are not all wearing your peep toes in terms of the walkabout in the shipyards, so that you don't get hit or get damage your feet. And then the other delegates, I think just a few in one bus, will proceed to the Maritime Museum. And then after that, the day will be done. In the evening, we invite you to the last event in terms of the networking session this evening. That will be it will be the buses that will be departing. Some from the designated or recommended hotels, and then some they will be just waiting outside of the ICC for those members who will be coming here. But then the buses will start going towards the Durban KZN Cruise Terminal down in Mahatma Gandhi Road. And as we get there, it will be the closing cocktail. It is a cocktail and nice to dance. And as our minister indicated yesterday, we are taking you to a gassy vibe environment. We are not going to Max lifestyle as he has indicated, but we are bringing the Max lifestyle into the suburbs. So we have a little bit of a reversal there, where we have taken the gassy vibe back into the suburbs or into the BEPS, but then we still want you to experience the culture in terms of the vibrancy of our different cultures. From Tuesday night when we started with the cocktail, we have tried to share as much as we can our experiences as a diverse culture in South Africa, as well as appreciating those diverse cultures around the world. And colleagues, thank you for today. And then let us meet when you go to the tours. Let us meet this evening at the cruise terminal. Tomorrow it is the closing ceremony, and then the last day of this World Maritime Parallel event. We will be starting our proceedings at 9 o'clock tomorrow, so that we finish by lunchtime. 1 o'clock we should be finishing. There are some delegates, especially from international, who have signed to leave up tomorrow. And thank you for the vibrancy. And then those who want the exhibitions will open until 3 o'clock. Thank you for today. Say